testing. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do some testing. This is a completely new setup, so we're gonna check that everything is working as intended. Check that both Twitch and YouTube are receiving video, and then we can start with the news. So let's take a look at everything. Okay, YouTube seems to be working. Let's take a look at everything. Actually, it's performing better than it was before, actually, which is quite surprising, to be honest. And on Twitch, it also seems to be running. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be working well. I'm gonna check the stream itself as well. Give me a second. As well. This also seems to be working. Okay, nice, very nice. This is working. It's been quite a while since the last stream. Do we have a little bit of a lag here? A little bit of a lag. Unfortunately, can't really fix that right now. It should be fine though. Let me check YouTube. Unfortunately. It's totally okay there. Only I see it here in the preview. Can I lower the resolution of the preview scaling? Can I lower it? Before I was using Streamlabs OBS, now I'm using only Streamlabs, and that actually brings us to the news. So I also, one more thing, I also see the watermark, or rather the logo. It's not really a watermark. Down there. Oh, it's not on Twitch, so it's only on YouTube. Okay. I had no idea that was there, but okay. Fine. That's new. So the news are mainly that I switched full-time to GNU Linux, specifically to Arch Linux. And the reason is that I had enough. I'm fed up with Windows, with proprietary software, with Adobe, with Google, with Facebook, Meta, every one of these companies, these conglomerates, because over the years I had been aware about, or rather I've always been aware about the practices that these corporations undertake and how they spy on people. Ryan, hi, what's up? How you been? And these companies who spy on people, and I wasn't really able to do anything, and unfortunately I had to use Windows for several reasons. But lately I've really been thinking about this, and I decided to put a stop to it on my machine and just switch full-time to Linux. I've been using Linux since 2013 on at least one device the entire time, whether that be a Raspberry Pi, an Android phone, or whatever microprocessor that I used over the years, or servers like virtual private servers and so on. But I was never able to switch full time. There was always a reason. In 2016, I remember talking about this a lot because I wasn't able to switch due to gaming. And back then, it wasn't really possible to effectively game on Linux without crashes, kernel panics all the time, and issues with graphics drivers, especially NVIDIA's. But the last 2 years, and especially this year, 2022, it has gotten a lot better. And a big contribution to this goes to Valve. Valve has really been pushing free and open source software and GNU Linux forward. And with the release of the Steam Deck, it has gotten a lot better. And they had been planning this for years. In 2014, Linus Torvalds, the author of the Linux kernel, said that he would go on record when he said that he thinks that Valve will bring Linux to desktop and to 2022, and that's what happened. Like, if you think about it, the deck is a fully fledged desktop computer, at least hardware wise. So, and you can install anything you want on it, so there's no hardware limitation as to what you could install. And therefore, like, it is a desktop computer. So Linus was right, and that's what happened. And they keep pushing free and open source software, and it's getting better. So, like, nowadays you can switch to GNU Linux and play games as you would on Windows. Almost any game you could play. So, like, you could pretty much play anything. There are some extreme cases where you wouldn't be able to play a game. Granted, okay, it's still, Proton is still being developed. It's still in progress, this entire journey, but it has gotten a lot better. And games that use some sort of an anti-cheat solution are problematic because those are difficult to make work with that with that anti-cheat solution, because the anti-cheat needs to see your entire system, see the processes, see the file operations, and determine whether you're cheating or not. And to do that, it has to run on a certain level, and that is quite difficult to do over the compatibility layer and the emulation layer that Wine and Proton provide. So there have been some issues with that, but for example, Easy Anti-Cheat has been tested, and I think there's a native port now, and that's just one of many, but it's getting better. I personally don't play anything. I play Battlefield. They use what do they use actually? That should also be compatible. And actually that solution, I think, is built into the game. So it runs some additional processes, but it's running, I think the processes run as children of the game's process. So it's not such a problem because it has direct access to the game's process, and it can list your other processes, or at least it should. And I tried years ago Battlefield 4 on, or actually it was 2 years ago, only 2 years ago. I tried Battlefield 4 on Ubuntu, I think it was, and it worked. There was some screen tearing, but that's unrelated. It worked, and today it would work even better over Proton or Proton GE if necessary. So, and if you don't want to risk it, you can just open VirtualBox, download an installation image and try it out, or just try a live disk of a GNU Linux distro, and that way you wouldn't risk anything. You would just try it out, see how it works. But I definitely recommend switching. You won't regret it. Like most stuff that you're used to has a better free and open source alternative. and you can play games over Proton. And actually that's what I want to show you today. So I'm in the process of some migration here, but I'll be able to show you installation of Arch, which is a GNU Linux distribution, Arch Linux. And just to be clear, I'm gonna say this now, GNU Linux is what you most likely know as just Linux, but it's a part of the history, but there was an operating system called GNU that didn't have a kernel, and when Linus Torvalds in 91 developed the Linux kernel, the GNU system and the Linux kernel merged, and that's what we have today, more or less, and it's called GNU Linux. Like, Linus Torvalds himself prefers the term Linux because he developed the kernel and he just feels that Linux is enough, but Richard Stallman, who developed GNU, likes calling it GNU Linux, GNU/Linux, or GNU plus Linux, because the GNU part is the part he made and he wants to kind of like be credited, or like he wants people to say it so that the contribution from him is mentioned in the name. I personally use the formal name, the correct name technically, GNU Linux, GNU/Linux. But Linux, you can use Linux, like, it doesn't really matter. It's just like, if you want to credit him and his foundation, then you can use GNU/Linux. Anyway, so, and GNU/Linux has countless distributions. You may have heard of Ubuntu, Debian, Arch, and there are many other, Manjaro, and many other. And then these have other distros based on them. For example, there are Debian-based distros, there are Arch-based distros, there are source distros like GNU, for example. And these are the various flavors of GNU/Linux, in quotes, of course. And you can choose whichever one you want. They mostly can be customized so that they work with anything that you might need, but they come with their defaults that you might prefer to, like, not have to mess with it. So you just choose one which defaults you like and then use that. Or you can, for example, configure everything by yourself. For example, if you install GNU, you first need to compile the source yourself and then you install it, which, like, it's one process, but you get a minimal installation, minimal system that is very small and has low footprint on your system, so you don't need a lot of performance to run it. And then you can build on top of that, install additional software. So it's up to you. Like, if you really want to customize it and change a lot of stuff, you would get a distro like this. But you can, of course, get a bigger distro and then cut off stuff that you don't want. So it's really up to you. But today I'm gonna show you the installation of an encrypted Arch Linux installation. And encrypted because it's what I stand for. Security is an important thing, and if you have an encrypted disk, it means that without your password, it is impossible to break the encryption. You would need a supercomputer and many of years to be able to do that. And if that password is strong enough, of course, it's not easy to crack. So then you're protected against, for example, theft. If someone steals your physical hard drive, they're not able to get your data. Whereas without this encryption, with physical access to the machine and to the drive, it's possible to get anything you have there. Even if you have a login password, it doesn't matter. That login password can be bypassed in 20 seconds from the bootloader. And there are many other methods. You can just pull the drive. So if you have full disk encryption, you basically limit this, and it's not possible if you have a strong passphrase. So I'm gonna show you how to set this up. It's easy. It takes like 10 minutes maybe, and like more or less, at least on my machine, it's I have quite a fast CPU, but it's very straightforward, and if you want, you can just strictly like follow what I do, and it'll work. You get a working installation, and then you can do whatever you want with it, build on top of that, and I'm gonna show you how to install the most basic tools and how to set up a Steam with Proton. I'm gonna do it in a VM, so I'm actually most likely not able I'm not gonna be able to run an actual game inside a VM, most likely, but I'll at least show you the setup. Pressing of the play button is the very last thing that you would do after you get through the setup. So, let me check the audio again. Okay, see, everything seems to be working even better than on Windows, which is often the case with GNU Linux. Even games that have been developed for Windows often run even better on GNU Linux, because there's a lot more overhead, since by default, if you have a distro instead of Windows, if you use GNU Linux, then there's, like I said, lower footprint on the resources, so it doesn't require as much as Windows, and therefore the games can use more, and therefore games tend to run better. Many of them, even through that emulation layer, the games still run better, many of them. So, for example, I noticed that, I said that twice. For example, I noticed that GTA 4 runs better on my Steam Deck, which runs Arch Linux, than on my Windows installation on my desktop, which is kind of crazy. So, it's insane how the technology has progressed and where it's going. Alright, so I have a checklist with everything we'll need to set up to make sure that I don't forget anything, and we can get right to it. Okay, let me check if I have everything prepared here. I'm doing some other things here, multitasking. Should be totally okay, should run without any issues. Let me see the stream on YouTube. Oh, yeah, there was a mild lag there, but it is totally okay. Alright, so I'm gonna switch you to my desktop shortly. Desktop. So, you see OBS. Now, OBS runs very well, and it runs a lot faster than Streamlabs OBS ran on Windows, and it's a crazy performance improvement. And if you notice, by the way, everything you see here is customizable. In Linux, you can customize anything, and if there's a feature that you're missing, you can make it, you can implement it. If there's a bug, you can fix it. If there's a security hole, you can plug it. And compared to Windows, or any other proprietary software, if you have that and there is something that you want to add, you cannot. The maintainer, the developer, in this case Microsoft, has to do it. Or if there's a security hole, they have to fix it. You can't do anything. Whereas with free and open source software, such as GNU Linux, you can do anything you want. You can even edit the kernel. You can add functions to it, features, and fix issues that you might have encountered. You're free to do anything you want with it. With the Linux kernel, you should return the changes that you make back to the original repository, but those are just details, and if you really get into this, you should study the licenses that are usually used with free and open source software, such as the GNU GPL license series, or the Apache licenses, or the BSD licenses. There are many. So if you really want to do this and mess with the inner workings of free and open source software, you should take a look at the licenses. But otherwise, you can just use it and you're able to modify anything you want. And what you see is a tiling window manager called the BSP window manager, and it works very well for me. It's called a tiling window manager because you can just, for example, I have 3 windows open, and these windows are locked into their positions. I can't like use a cursor and move them around. However, they are automatically sized and positioned, which means that I don't have to mess with that. And then I can just navigate using my keyboard. You can see the yellow line, which in my case means that window is currently active. You can also customize that. You can customize anything. And this is how I set it up. Even the shadow that you see here, that's also customizable. You can change the size, the transparency, the color, and like, let me say it again, you can change anything about free and open source software and about GNU Linux. Whereas with Windows and closed source and proprietary software, no such thing. So that's the beauty of it. Like, you see a feature that you're missing and you can just make it, you know, like that. To me, it's like magic. Like, you can just change the way it works. You know. Anyhow, so let us launch the virtual machine. We have to do some setup here. This is just a virtual machine, so this isn't gonna affect the installation. I just have to change the networking here. This adapter is apparently inactive. I might have to re-add this machine. Yeah. Let me just re-add this machine. But I'm not exactly sure why the network disappeared, but that's okay. Yes. Network. Okay. Yes. All right. We don't need this VSOC actually, so let's just delete that, and now it should start. Okay, nice. All right. So we're in the installation, in the bootloader now. Let me just switch to here. You should be aware that oftentimes hypervisors like this one often capture your mouse. So if your mouse just disappears, don't be worried. It's okay. And let me make some more space here. Was captured again. Okay, nice. So we have a nice little overview here and the virtual machine itself. In Linux, you may notice that oftentimes there are many messages that might be a little confusing. There are often even warnings and errors, but most of the times, especially during boot up, like most of them are okay. Like, you get them a lot, but unless you can't boot, then you don't need to really worry about it, especially on a fresh installation. If you did everything according to the manual or according to the tutorial, it should be fine. So we'll wait for the boot up, and afterwards we can begin. This is the Arch Linux distro. You can download the image, the ISO, on their website, which should be archlinux.org, and you flash that onto your USB, like create installation media either using DD, or you can use Rufus on Windows. There's this portable tool, Rufus is the name if I remember correctly, and just create an installation media and then plug it in, and then you can boot right into this installation. And once you see this prompt, it means that it's ready to receive commands and you can type in. Now, I want this tutorial to be beginner ready, and I'm gonna try to explain everything so that you would understand, but you don't necessarily have to understand the installation, even though it would definitely be beneficial to know. But of course you can just follow and then just use the installed system, since this is for beginners, it's not really gonna be like forcing people into understanding what exactly like each installation step means, because not everybody is willing to do that. So fully aware of that. Now, you have a link to the wiki here. You have some basic points on how to set up Wi-Fi, WWAN, and Ethernet. Ethernet should work by default, so if we ping on Gaken's side, it replies. It takes a little while, but we got a reply, so we are online. And we can begin. This is only the installation. You're not in the system yet. You don't have anything installed. This is just what's running from your installation media. So that is running on that device. Nothing is running on your drive, on your internal drive at this point, generally speaking. Now, so let's move on to the first item on the checklist. All right. So we are online and we need to set up time. Like, time is one of the things that you need to have set up correctly, because many servers and repositories check your system time, and if it's off sync or like not synced, it complains. It verifies, for example, signatures to make sure that everything you download is actually from the author who actually made it, and not by a third party who injected some malicious code into the network stream, or like replaced the package with a malicious one. You verify signatures, and for this your time needs to be correct. So if, for example, your system year is 2015, then most repositories and even regular websites would say that your time is off and wouldn't even probably let you load the website. So it's important to make sure that right off the bat we have time set up. So by the way, when you're typing commands, you can use the tab key tab key to automatically fill in. Sometimes there are more options. You can press tab several times in that case to see all the options. For example, C. When I just typed C and tab 2 times, then you can see all the possibilities here. But if you type more of the command, like time, date, as I did, it fills in because it's the only one, so it automatically fills in. So we can use that. It really speeds up things. And we need to set network time to true, which is the NTP, network time protocol. So your system time is synced with some server that provides time on the internet. So now they're in sync, and our system time should now be correct according to that server. All right. Now we need to set up our drives. So let's look at what we have here. We have the loop device, that's nothing, and we have SR0, that's also not important. We have the VDA, the virtual disk. Since I'm running this in a virtual machine, we have a virtual disk that's 20 gigs, and it's called VDA. The device, it's called VDA. And it's important to remember the name of your disk or the block device, because what we're gonna do now, you're gonna be referencing that name a lot. And if you make a mistake here, if you have several disks, Usually it's called SDA, SDB, SDC, and so on. And then the partitions are, for example, the SDA disk can have multiple partitions, SDA1, SDA2. The SDB disk can have SDB1, SDB2. And these are just names, but they are important because if you make a mistake and type SDB instead of SDA or the other way around, you can mess up your actual drive that contains your data. So you need to really make sure that the drive that you're referencing is the correct one. In this case, there's only one that we can actually use. It's VDA. But if there were a VDB drive, we would need to make sure that we're referencing VDA and not VDB, for example. So just keep that in mind because, and it happened to me that you can actually reformat your entire data drive that you use for just storing data or games or whatever, photos, videos, and there's no way to recover that, generally speaking. So careful, please. You really need to be careful with this. Now we can use gdisk and go dev, which is the directory for devices, dev as in devices, and VDA. Okay, we need to create a GPT entry. Okay, now at first we need to create a partition table, which basically says how the partitions on that disk will work. Now, these days, there are really only two options that we can go with. In this case, GPT or MBR, and it depends also on whether you use BIOS or UEFI. As far as I know, but GPT is the one that generally people go with, even though like sometimes if they have, for example, running Windows as well, like dual booting, some people use MBR. But it shouldn't matter that much these days if you have a fairly recent machine. So yeah. Now let's try to create a partition. Yes, and let's give it 1G. All right. And actually. All right. Yes. Okay. We just need to clear that. Now let me just exit out of it for now and check again. They are not present there in memory. GPT entries. Okay. Before we had also GPT. Okay, just making sure here. All right. By the way, is it lagging? Just making sure here. Because the audio is kind of weird. Okay, should be working well. Twitch also seems to be. All right. Yes. One. Now, oh, come on. I clicked elsewhere. New one. Yes. First sector and the last sector is plus. I think we need. Yeah. Okay. The code is. I have a reference table to reference the codes. By the way, you can just use the same ones that I use. Generally, it should work. If anything, you can type L. So, like, if I do a new partition, to. Yes, and last sector is just need a half a gig here, and if you do L, you can see all the codes here. So this is basically just the type of the partition. So you can reference this list. But like I said, like for beginners, it's not important. You can just use those that I use and go with that. It will most likely work. So our second partition is EFI, and now we need the last one for our root file system, which is gonna be we had 20 gigs there, so we can just do the rest. We can do this and the lux, and that's it. And we will write the changes, and that's it. So to recap, we've created 3 partitions, and we gave them types, we gave them sizes, and the third partition just took the rest of the space that we had available, and we wrote the changes to the disk. Because while using this tool, most changes are not written, are not actually applied until you confirm. We confirmed with the W and then again with the Y, yes, we want to proceed, wrote the changes, and now we should be good to go. Now we can do either block ID and check that we have the 3 partitions. So you can see that we have device, VDA, which is the disk VDA, and partition 1, VDA 1. We have the BIOS boot partition. This partition is responsible for holding the files that we will boot with. And then we have a VDA 2 partition, which is the FE partition, which is the modern replacement for BIOS, which most recent computers use, specifically motherboards. And then VDA 3, which is the Linux Lux. Lux is basically a simple explanation would be that it's a type of a container or a type of a file system that allows us to create an encrypted volume inside it, or several volumes that are locked down by a passphrase, are encrypted, and therefore we can set up full disk encryption. Hopefully that's easy to understand up to this point, and we can continue now. In case of any questions, you can either reference the wiki or comment or send a message or just get in touch. But most answers are on the Arch wiki, or you can just search for them using your favorite search engine, not Google preferably, or Bing for that matter, and you will mostly find the answers that you're looking for. Sorry, Jesus. Okay, so we have the disk set up now. Okay. Now we'll prepare the encrypted volume that will hold everything else and our entire root file system. Basically all the system files, all our personal files, or all our programs. So this is a longer one. I have it here to not make a mistake. You can just literally use the same thing. This is safe enough. So if you use these defaults, nobody's gonna get into your stuff if you provide a secure enough passphrase. So provided that you do that, you're safe. Now lux1 and use random, and size is 512. The type is SHA 512. And the iterations are 5000 just to be safe, and then we can use the VDA 3. Now here you need to be careful, because as you remember from the previous step, we created 3 partitions. The first 2 are more or less for booting the system. The third one is for the system itself and all your data and programs. it's usually created last, so it gets assigned the ID 3, so disk 3. In our case, it's VDA 3. You can verify that with the block ID command, what we did in the previous step. You can see that we have VDA 1, VDA 2, VDA 3. VDA 3, Linux looks, that's what you need to reference right here. So select dev VDA 3, double check that they are the same. Linux looks VDA 3, Linux looks VDA 3 here. Make sure, and then press enter. It will override your data, yes, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Make sure. And then in capitals, yes. From this point on, if you mess something up, it's your fault. And now we enter the passphrase. So this should be something strong, not your everyday password that you use on Facebook or whatever. But if it's strong enough, then you could. But you should have a unique password for every service and device that you use. For this one, I'm just gonna use Twitch tutorial. Twitch tutorial, not really secure, but I use a password manager, so you should too, by the way. A password manager makes sure that you only need to remember one password. All the other passwords are in that password manager. And we can talk about that actually once we're inside the system. For now, let's continue. Hopefully I'm not gonna forget the passphrase. Twitch tutorial, yeah. All right, so we have the, and you can see here that crypto looks, that the type has actually changed. So we have the volume that will hold our data in an encrypted form. Now we can create so-called volumes. So again, remember VDA 3 in our case is the disk that we want to reference now. Careful. Again. So we're gonna do PV create mapper. This is just a device that maps to other devices that we might use, especially in this context. Crypt LVM. LVM is the logical volume manager, so an encrypted logical volume manager, essentially. And it would appear that we don't have a device here. It's weird because we just ran crypt setup, looks format, type, looks 1. Should be correct. Looks right. Oh yeah. Of course. We need to open the volume first. So that's actually pretty important. Call crypt setup again, and let's open the device, VDA3, crypt LVM. Twitch tutorial is our passphrase. It'll take a second to decrypt the master key and open our volume. There we go. Now it's volume. It's volume. Now it's open. We can PV create. Okay, physical volume created. Let's clear this mess. And now we can do VG create. And we do VG. And we reference the device again. Okay, we have the volume group created. Now, logical volume create with a size of 8 gigs. That's for the base system. And actually, you have an option here. You can create swap space, or you don't have to. If you're using an SSD and only an SSD, you don't really need swap if you have enough RAM as well. Because swap could over time damage your SSD, even though today's SSDs are of a much higher quality and durability than years ago. But since swap, like, this is actually a kind of like a questionable argument, because if you have enough RAM, you don't need a swap at all. If you don't, then you could benefit from it. But on an SSD, if you have an older SSD, you shouldn't risk it. If you have a recent or a new SSD, then you could, but it lowers the durability of the SSD, because SSDs have a limited number of writes to the SSD, and if you cross that, the SSD will get damaged and you might lose data. So by not using swap or using it on an HDD, even though that would be a lot slower, but you would preserve that extra lifespan of the SSD. So it's really up to you. I have enough RAM and I don't need swap at all, and I don't use swap on this base system at all, and like there hasn't been any problem so far. Everything is totally fine without swap. So if you have enough RAM, you don't need to worry about it. So we just need to create a root. Now for the root, we need 32 gigs and root. All right. The volume group. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, my fault. We have a 20 gig drive, so we can do. Let's do 12 gigs. And then we can do the rest. You can use 100% free to use the rest of the disk to your home directory. So for a moment there, I forgot that we have a 20 gig virtual disk right now. That's my bad. But as you can see, we have 12 gigs for the root and the rest for home. So that should be like 7, give or take, which for this purpose, for this tutorial, is totally enough. Now we have that. Yes. Can't type clear. We have that done. You can see that we have the macro device there, and we have that's it pretty much. That's new. You don't need to worry about that, just to show you that it's there, a new device. If you see that, you like nothing changed. We just created the logical volume and the volume group, but that's it. No need to worry about that. And now we can move on to creating an actual file system for each partition, because the partition is empty now and nothing can be put into it. We need to create a file system. Now you use the make file system command for that, and usually in Linux for your root you use ext4. For example, Windows uses NTFS, which doesn't really play well with Linux. So if you have like an external drive or an internal drive that you have data on and that you want to use in Linux after your reinstall, you should be aware that, for example, Proton doesn't really work well with this file system. So if you want to play games and you have those games on that drive that you used in Windows, it's not gonna work with most games. So in that case, you need to take all your data to an external drive, make sure that everything is backed up, format the entire drive to ext4, and then put your data back. That's the only way. You cannot change the file system without reformatting the entire drive. unfortunately. So depends on how much data you have. Like I've been dealing for at least 2 days with my 3 terabyte HDD that used the NTFS file system. Unfortunately, that's how it works. You can store other data on the drive. You can read from it. There's no limit to that, but you can't really use Proton with it. That's how it is. Anyway, now we can create X4 for our dev vg root, and we will give it the let me check on something. That's weird. Oh, right, yeah. I'm blind. Yeah. Careful. What I did basically was that I accidentally I wanted to make a file system and then mount the device right away, which is not how it works. So we first need to create the file systems. I made a mistake in my checklist. I have a checklist like with each thing that we need to do, like create volumes, create partitions, and so on. And I made a mistake there. Sorry about that. Now we need one more, which is home. Yeah. To check everything, I'm just looking to make sure that we don't forget anything, and that's it. Now we want to mount this to root. We want to make home. We want to mount home to home. Okay. That's it, and that's it. Okay. Swap. Not our thing right now. Don't need swap. And for our EFI, we need actually FAT32. So we'll do FAT of F32, FAT32, and the device is VDA2. And we can double check VDA2 update EFI system partition. Yes. Now, and we also need to mount this device, which is at VDA2, and it's gonna be the EFI directory. And of course, we need to create a directory. If it doesn't exist, we need to create it. Makes sense. All right. Yeah, and as you can see, we have dev mapper, VG home, VG root, and crypt LVM, which is how it should be. So just to check, we have everything that we needed, and types are correct, sizes are correct. We need the UUID for later. For now, you can ignore that, but we will need it later on. Now we need to install the base system. We use the packstrap tool for this here in the installer. So for that we need to specify where to put it to the root right now, which is /mnt, and we need to select everything that we need. So base, Linux, and Linux firmware are essentially the bare minimum that you need, these packages. But to make things easier, we can install additional packages. For example, DHCP CD for our DHCP, so that we can automatically get an IP address from our network. We need to do make init CPIO. LVM2 and Vim, and we don't need that. Okay. Making it CPI will help us with our init RAM file system. What that means is not important for a beginner, and LVM2 is for all the work we're doing with the logical volumes. So you need this tool to be able to work with them. So if you're doing like a full disk encryption, you need this tool actually. Now we need to wait a sec. This virtual machine's throughput is a little throttled, so it can't pull that much. Takes a bit longer. It would be faster in my case on bare metal, but it's not that bad, so we'll just wait for a sec until it's done. Let me check in the meantime if everything is working here. Seems to be okay. Yeah, nice. Okay, it seems that the kernel has been downloaded. Actually, it's the 6.02 kernel already, which is the latest stable at the moment. I myself updated to it yesterday. Yes. I think it was yesterday. Now we need the other tools from the base package. That includes binary utils, systemd, glibc, and so on. OpenSSL, core utils, util Linux, GNU PG, and so on. Bash. These are just the basic tools that you need in a Linux system. By the way, in the parentheses, you can see the progress. So we're at the 70, 80, 90 ETH of 131 packages. So you can see the progress there. Now this checking package integrity, that's what I said before. It compares the integrity of the packages we just downloaded by comparing their signature to that of the packages on the server. That's one thing, and also it checks if they have been signed by the provider of the packages, by the maintainer or whoever packaged these packages. So basically they sign them with their key, and you get that key, the public key, and compare if that key is actually the key with which it was signed. They sign it with their private key, but you use the public key to check. You can, by the way, read up more on that if you look for the PGP and GPG, and all these terms are basically talking about the same thing, while GPG is the tool set that you use to interact with the PGP protocol or the technology that enables this. It'll take a second. Let me check Twitch. Reverse module, thank you for the follow. I really didn't notice. Sorry about that. If you're still here by any chance, I was tapped out of Twitch, and since this is a new setup, I don't have any notifications or alerts or anything ready. So, sorry about that. Truly sorry. If I had known, I would have said something. Alright, this should be done shortly, and we'll move on. We need to generate an FS tab, which is basically a file that maps your disk to a mount point and some additional settings that the that the mount will respect. For example, uh, our root partition from our disk will be mapped to the slash directory, which means that we need a rule to do this on every boot, if that makes sense. So basically the fstab file maps your partition from your disk to a point to which it will be mounted. Alright, we refreshed the keyring, appending keys, so we pulled some new keys. Alright, everything seems to be working well as expected. Creating user groups, users, these are system users and groups. Alright, 10 more and we'll be done. It should do a minor check after that, but then we should be ready to move on to generating the file that I just talked about. Yeah, it needs to update. Yeah, that's all what it should do. It's a little slower than it would be on my bare metal. I didn't give it too much resources to the virtual machine. You can see that we're using about 20% of my RAM. I usually have like 9 on boot, 9% of my 32 gig memory. When I have my Firefox on, which is on right now, OBS 1 or 2 terminal windows, I have like 20%. Right now there's 43, so we're using like 23%, which is fairly good, all things considered. But yeah, that's how much the virtual machine has reserved for use, so like that's how much it's allocated to it. So even if it's not using all of that, it has that locked away, so it can use all of that. Nothing else can take away from that, basically. You often get messages like this, warning possibly missing firmware. That's totally okay. That's not gonna do anything bad. That's fine. And many people I've dealt with before who were new to GNU Linux and were installing it were like, oh, there are all these warnings, like I messed something up. No, like it's fine. It's fine. There are warnings everywhere, even like as a coder, if you're a coder, you know, but there are oftentimes many warnings that you just ignore because some of them are stupid and don't make any sense. Some of them are really arbitrary, or like you just like, it's just a warning. It doesn't break anything. It's not an error. We're good. like you can, like as you can see, many warnings. It's totally fine. Don't be startled. Come on. Now what you can see up there, /boot/initramfs/linux.img. Initramfs is simply said a temporary file system that gets created when your computer is booting up to load some essential components of the system. And it only exists in memory, and it's temporary. It's a virtual file system, and you need to generate this image whenever you make changes to the kernel or to other configurations of the boot process. Most of them need to have this file regenerated. We will be doing that as well because it was generated now for us, but we'll make some changes and we'll need to regenerate it. So that's when when that is necessary, and we'll use the make init cpio tool that we've installed. Okay, we're done. So you can see in this last line it tells us what we did. Make init cpio, as you can see there on the last line of the output. It's the tool that we'll use to regenerate that image, but we'll get to that. So now we need to create the fstab file, and we'll throw it to mount, and we'll need to do etc fstab. This is where the file lives. It lives in /etc/fstab. The mnt is not going to exist once we're inside our system. That's just a temporary location for our temporary system installation. That's how it should be right now. Alright, we have the file. Now we need to change our root directory to this. So what I just talked about, now we will get rid of the /mount part. So as soon as I do this, our prompt has changed, as you can see, and now if I type ls, we're in the system that we just downloaded. We're basically in our new system. However, there are steps that we need to take to make it persistent and set everything up. So technically this is our system, but it's not finished yet. Now we can check our disks. So this is the layout that you should have by this point if you followed what I did. So we have a disk that has 3 partitions: VDA1, VDA2, VDA3. For you it can be SDA, but the 1, 2, 3 should be there. On SSDs it might be NVMe something, and in the end there should be P1, P2, P3, as in partition 1, partition 2, partition 3. So you can see that when you have an SSD and you're installing on an SSD. And we have the crypt logical volume manager, and that has 2 volume groups, root and home. So this is what we needed. The sizes are what we said before. The types are correct, and the mount points are also correct. Root needs to be at / because that is the root directory, / and home is /home. That is also correct. So by looking at this, we know that we've set up our file systems and our disk hierarchy correctly. That's a difficult word to pronounce. Hierarchy. Damn. So we have that done and done correctly. Now we need to set our time zone. Now that this is not necessary per se, you can set it to whatever you want, but you should do it nevertheless. So rather, you should do it, but you can set it to whatever you want. That's what I meant to say. Now I will set it to central. You can actually list what is here. What are our options? So if you go to this path, America, and you tap twice, it asks you, do you want to list all the possibilities? Type Y, and you can see everything that's in that current directory. So all the options that you have, and you can see everything here. So just use this if you want to list that directory without having to do ls and list with that, just to see what is there without any details, such as in this case. So I'm gonna do Kentucky, and we need to do etc local time etc etc. Yes. Alright. This command basically creates a symbolic link from the list of all our time zones to the default system time zone file, which is local time. You could copy it as well, but it's common practice, and it's better if you just link them so that you don't have those 2 files existing at the same time on the disk, because it's a duplicate. It's just not good practice. So if you create this link, it's like a shortcut in Windows. If you create a shortcut on your desktop, essentially a symbolic link is what that is in simple terms. So that's what we did now. We created a shortcut of the Kentucky time zone in our system default time zone file or location. All right, now we need to create a, or rather sync our system time to our hardware time. So you have a device on your motherboard that tracks real time, even if your computer is off. And this makes sure that your system time that we are syncing with that server, if you remember, gets synced to your motherboard, which is important, because if you turn off your PC and turn it on, you want the time to be preserved. So that's what this did. It syncs them up. And that's only necessary once. You don't have to do it ever again. Local gen, we need to generate our locale, which kind of makes sense from the name of the command. And now we'll be able to choose which locale we want. So basically we also have a list like we did with time zones. We can choose our locale. It's important to set our locale to the one that you want to use. Even if you get locked out of your system and you're stuck in your shell, you want a locale that you can use. By default it should be the US locale. So, and we're gonna set it to this anyway. So we'll use vim, navigate to locale.conf. This is a new file, and we're gonna say that our lang is enus and utf 8 basically. We could use 16 as well. 8 is fine. Write and quit, written, that's it. And now we'll go to etc hostname, and this is also a new file. So we enter the insert mode and create our hostname file. Type in whatever you want in alphanumeric characters. So we can do something like Twitch tutorial. That's gonna be our host name. That's what we'll see in the prompt, and that's also what others will see on the network when they scan the network. They'll see our device, and this is what our device will identify itself as, Twitch tutorial in this case. So this is written, and that's our new host name. Now we also need to do etc hosts, and we need to set up some basic hosts here. So we need to do localhost. Now we need to do 127.0.1.1, and that should be Twitch tutorial.localdomain and Twitch tutorial. And if we want to support IPv6, we can also do this localhost. These days it's a good idea to have this, and that's it. By default the kernel should have IPv6 enabled, so it's important to have this in your hosts file. If you disable IPv6, you don't necessarily need this, but these days it's better to have it. Kind of like moving to IPv6 space, so you really should have it. Alright, now our init RAM fs, like I said, we will need to make some changes, and then we'll need to regenerate this image. So that's what we're about to do now. So we need to do etc make init cpio.conf, and here there's a lots of comments here. We just need to do a couple of changes. So we need to navigate. We can also search. If you're in the command mode, just type / and the search term, for example hooks in our case, and press enter, and now you're here. Now you can press I for insert mode, and here you can type freely. And we need to add some things here. So we have base, udef, auto detect, modconf, block, file systems, file system check, and before these two we'll remove the keyboard. The order is quite important here, so preserve the order like I am and just copy the order that I have. So after block we'll do encrypt LVM2, and after that we'll have file system and file system check, and keyboard will go after here. We'll need the keyboard early during the boot process to unlock our drives. Okay, so double check keyboard, modconf, block, encrypt LVM2. Okay, this is important, so just double checking. Hooks, all right. Write, quit, that's it. And now we need to regenerate the image, and we do that with this command. You could also do make init cpio dash capital P, but this way we can specify exactly which kernel we want to generate this image for. You could do capital P, and that's for all of them, but it's up to you. Like, we have only one right now, so like doesn't really matter. But if you have like custom kernels and like several of them, and you want to make changes only to one, then you obviously would only want to affect one of those. So we'll wait until this is finished. Again, we have warnings here. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. This will be done shortly. It's almost at the end. It's actually slower. It's using a little bit more of RAM. That's fine. Come on. In the next step, we're gonna make sure that we have a password for our root user. So we're gonna use the passwd command to generate, or rather to specify a password. And afterwards, we can move to the almost last step, which is installing our bootloader. By the way, if you think about it, many people say that they don't have the time to set everything like this up, and that they really can't like invest that much time. So basically it's about the time. But if you think about it, most of it is pretty quick. You only need to wait for certain processes to finish, but otherwise it's pretty quick. So it's not really about the time. Like, you can type a command and then do something else, or you can multitask even, or just use another computer or leave or whatever, and you don't have to sit there unnecessarily. So if someone uses the argument that they don't have enough time to do this setup, the first thing is it's a one-time setup, so it's a one-time time investment. And on the other hand, or rather the second point, is that most of it is just waiting. So you can do something else in that period, or in which you would otherwise have to wait, if that makes sense. Now, what I said about this, you could do this, and that would generate the initramfs for all kernels, but that's what you shouldn't do if you have several kernels, because that would change the configs of, or rather the initramfs of all of them. So, alright, anyway, so we can do password and specify our password for our root user. I'm just gonna use Twitch tutorial. To keep it simple, don't use this password. Use, like, seriously, like, use a good password. Don't use simple passwords. Use special characters, numeric characters, letters, capital letters as well. Just use a strong password. Alright, now you can use pacman. The pacman tool is your package manager in Arch, the default package manager. You use the command pacman s to download packages. So now we need grub, and that is our bootloader. We'll wait for it to download. We'll need to configure it, which also takes a second, not too long at all. And then we'll be able to boot it to the system. And set everything up there. Doesn't really take long. So need to go to default grub, and here we need to set some things up. So we need to search for crypto. Alright, so there's no such string here. We'll need to create it. Actually, there is here. Grub enable crypto disk equals Y. We need this. We have a full disk encryption, so we need to tell our bootloader that we have that. So this statement basically does that. Enable crypto disk, yes. Alright. We can write and quit. And we need one more thing, and to do this we could, like I said before, we need the UUID from here. We need this string. So since we don't have any graphical interface here or anything, we could pull it out of there through there are several tools we could use. You could, yeah, I mean, there are even elegant solutions for this, but to keep it really stupid, I'm just gonna manually echo it into the file. So we need the VDA3, so we will do 5571 AF. There are commands that would pull this for us, but I'm not gonna complicate things. Just write the UUID part and we'll echo it into the config for us. Okay. Now if we do default grub, here we can go down and this is it. So basically now we just need to just a sec. Oh, I switched TTS. Okay, doesn't matter. And now we need to go up here, and here you can see grab CMD line Linux default. Now we need to, by the way, this quiet basically hides all your output when you're booting. Like you may have seen that many GNU Linux machines boot with a lot of text appearing. This quiet option hides most of it. So if you want to see it, it puts a little bit on your resources on top. So like it does have some impact, but it's very minimal. Very minimal. But if you want to see it, you can just remove this quiet and it would appear. Now you can also change this log level. 3 is like informational, 7 I think is the highest. That should be debugging, and that means that you're gonna see everything. These are basically filters to like how much detailed information you're gonna see. I'm just gonna keep it at the default 3, which should be info, if I remember correctly. Now we need to edit this line. So grab CMD line Linux. These are the the kernel parameters and the boot grub parameters that will be applied when we get presented with the bootloader and click on our option Arch Linux. So these settings is what will be applied essentially to when we do that. So now we need to do crypt device UUID. And now there are other methods to just take it from down here. We could copy it, but to be honest, I'm actually not sure how to copy it without the cursor, because we would need to enter visual mode and select it like this, and then be like Y, and then we should be able to paste it up here. So if we do P, it's right here. I missed the spot, but that's okay. So this is how you can copy in Vim. Let's check 557 and ends with A5 just to make really sure, because this is important. So like when you're in command mode, you can just press V, select. So at the last minute I actually remembered. So now we have this here, nice and quick, and we need to add something else to it though. We're not done yet. Now afterwards, after we have specified that, we need to do crypt LVM, and our root is def volume group root, and that's this. Now you can add more options here whenever you need. You just open this file, add the options here, whatever you need, save it, and then we'll generate the configuration file from this file. So we're gonna do that now. Now we need one more package. We're actually root, so we don't need sudo. We need to, I don't think sudo is even installed at the moment. Fe boot manager. Let's give it a second. Yes. That backslash there messed it up. Okay, we'll pull this. Done. Now grub install installs our bootloader and makes us able to boot into every system that we have installed and that this tool can detect. Now, by default, it's not gonna be able to probe for other systems, especially Windows. You would need to do some changes. It's a security feature because of the encryption. However, there is an override for that, so if you need to dual boot with Windows, you can do that. And also, it's possible that it would limit you to accessing other distros. I'm not sure though. So we need to specify our target, which is 664 EFI, and EFI directory is /EFI. Yes. Okay, this will take a second. Okay, we probably need to create a directory. It's possible that it doesn't exist. Oh, EFI variables are not supported on the system. Okay, let us check if that's so. Should be... That's not it. Should be in the system options somewhere. The configs. It's not gonna be in the network. Okay. Let's see if there isn't any other setting we could use. Okay. Now this is a slight issue which we now need to resolve, because EFI apparently there is no setting to enable it. I mean, we might have to recreate the partition for EFI, or rather remove it and just keep the boot partition. Which is not good, but it's not a disaster, it's not the end of the world. Let me just check real quick if we can. Alright. We will probably have to recreate it. It's not the end of the world. Okay, let me just check something real quick. Okay. So the settings should be on the overview page, but it's not here. Firmware BIOS. Okay. Let me just power it off, and we'll try to change that. Why am I using sudo? Yeah, exit and then power off. Need to exit the chroot. The virtual root. Now we'll wait for the power off, and we'll see if I can change the firmware here. Come on. Isn't there an option to change it? There really should be. Okay. Let's boot it up again. Sorry about this, I really wasn't expecting that we would have an issue with EFI. I kinda presumed that it would automatically have the support for the EFI firmware, but doesn't seem to be, and it's a hypervisor thing. It's because of the virtual machine. It would work on your recent bare metal. So if you have a recent motherboard, it would work. Now let's do again crypt setup open, and it's VDA3, and of course we need to specify the crypt OVM. Twitch tutorial was the key. Probably entered it incorrectly. Yes. Twitch tutorial. Okay, done. Now we can basically just root into it. Oh well, we still need to mount it, so let's mount them. MNT home. Yeah, it exists. Nice. Home. MNT home. Now VDA2 is EFI, but we can mount it, but we're not gonna. We'll see. And now we need to do arch root MNT, and we're in there. Now we can see the history and do. Let's try this. Yeah, and let's try BIOS. PC. What is it called? Let me see. This is an unfortunate setback. This wasn't supposed to happen. And the worst thing about it is that we might have to regenerate this, but I mean hopefully not 386, but it still is possible. Because that partition, at least we need to regenerate the partition. It's not an EFI partition, but it's a, yeah. And that partition, def VDA, we need to do P, or rather H, wait, what? Yes. The table should be T, no. Am I blind? P, like I said, it's P. Now partition 2. So T, partition 2, and we need to make it, should be BIOS. Let's see. Do we see it here? do EFO2. BIOS, yeah. And 2. Yeah, EFO2. Which essentially means that I don't even need it. I'm not sure if it's gonna be big enough, but if not, I might need to resize it. And EFO2. Yes. Okay. actually should work. Now we need to take that config that we've created earlier and output it to the default directory for the grub main config file that it uses. CFG actually. Give it a second. It will detect all our systems, probe for them, but in this case only this system. And also there's that security thing that I mentioned, which would prevent probing for other systems. It's probably also gonna say something about that. But yeah, it detects the initramfs, the kernel. Yeah, you can see check, grub, disable OS prober. That's what I was talking about. So also, yeah, we might be able to, or rather, we should be able to boot now. So let's try it and hope for the best. Like with the EFI, like I really wasn't expecting that. Could have tested it beforehand, but oh well. Now, if we can boot, this is not yet finished, but it's almost finished. So let's give it a second. It should reboot. If not, I'll just stop it. And we'll need to pull out the CD from here. So we'll just remove it. Actually, let's just boot the disk first. It's a safer option. Okay, we can shut it down. Start up. Okay, the passphrase. So that's Twitch tutorial. Okay, this will take a second. It's a long key, and even on my bare metal, it takes a while, like a minute, a real minute to decrypt the master key. So we need to wait a second for that. Like unfortunately, that's cryptography and the keys very long, and simply to decrypt it takes a bit. If you remember, we configured it to be 512, which means that it's long. Like it takes time. That's all there is to it. Now after that, it'll ask again. If we've set up everything correctly, it should ask again, and we can make it to only ask once, but we first need to make sure that we can really boot. It appears to be working, grub is working, the initial RAM disk, which is the init RAM FS, appears to be working as well. Loading Linux, that is kind of weird, it shouldn't say that, but it should be fine. Yeah, we need to unlock it again. So Twitch tutorial, and if this succeeds, we should get a shell. Welcome. Yeah. Okay. Now let's give it a second to boot. It's detect hardware, start all the services. Ensure that networking is working, wait for an IP. Alright. So, since that is working, I'm gonna shut it off and go back here, give the CD-ROM priority and boot back into the installer to do the final step, which like you don't necessarily need the installer, but it's gonna be a bit faster, and we'll set it up so that you only need to enter the passphrase once instead of twice, so it's a little bit faster. You still have to wait for the decryption, but you only need to enter it once, so get it a couple of seconds back. This, by the way, this tutorial got a bit more bloated than I had imagined because of that issue, so I'm gonna make a video out of this that will be uploaded separately, just the tutorial itself, all these issues, that one issue will be cut out, it will be just tutorial, and I'll also shorten the waiting period for the downloads and the generation and so on, and the result will be like 10 minutes tops. So like the setup is really fast if you know what to do and if everything is going according to plan. Now on bare metal, EFI on recent motherboards should work. This is just because of the VM. So like I have a motherboard from like 3 years ago, so still recent in terms of motherboards, and EFI is fully supported and works pretty well. So the issue that we just had is removed on my bare metal, and so it should on yours. Shouldn't even appear that issue. So we'll do crypt setup, open def VDA3, and crypt LVM which tutorial now we need to mount device VG root to mount device VG home to home. Now arch change root into MNT, and once we're here we'll need one more thing. So we'll make a directory called root secrets and give it access to only our user root, or not our user but root secrets. Okay, now we need to specify, I need to get a random key root secrets crypto file.bin, and after that is successful, if it returns 0, we'll go to chmod, set the permissions to 600, so pretty much only we have access, and also that access is limited, and okay. Now we'll do crypt setup. We'll add a key. By the way, this is what you would do, this lux add key, if you wanted to add another key to the security, the encrypted volumes. So for example, you can have 2 passwords that unlock your drive, like you can do that, or have a backup password. Or actually, the Kali Linux community did that. You have a specific password that, when entered, will delete the LUKS headers, or rather header, which means that it basically renders your system unbootable and your encrypted drive inaccessible. Of course, you first back up the headers to a secure device that you store locally somewhere. You have it at a friend's house or somewhere hidden inside your home or whatever. And if something happens, you can delete the LUKS header, whether or like when traveling on an airport, you delete it just in case. And then after that, it's physically impossible to access the drive. You need that header. So like when you return home, you pull out that USB and recover the header. So that's like for extremely paranoid people, that's a thing that could be done. But we're not gonna do that. It's kind of like, it's not really necessary if you're not either like an agent of some sort, or like a reporter, like a person who would be susceptible to stalkers and attacks and government searches and who knows what like specifically like extremist, or especially extremist governments. But that's totally another thing. Let's not even talk about that. Twitch tutorial. Thank you for unlocking the key slot. Now let's add the key. Thank you. Okay. Now we need to edit the initramfs again, so we'll do conf. And here we have files up here, files, and inside we need to specify this file that we've just created. So root secrets crypto key file.bin. Yes. And write and quit, and then again make in cpip linux redo this. It will take a second again. By the way, we could have done this before, but I don't know, for some reason on my checklist I put it at the end. But otherwise, you could do it even when accessing initramfs first. But I wanted to make sure that we can boot before that. But yeah, like, we could have done it before. It doesn't matter. Now we'll wait for this, and after this, we'll need to add a kernel parameter for this as well, and regenerate the grub config, and then we can boot. And we'll set up some basic stuff like a graphical interface, add a display server, a tiling window manager, a browser, a toolbar, notifications, just basic stuff you would want in a system as a regular computer user, not a power user or a command line only user. Like, you could run on run level 3 only, and like people do that, and like especially when they are server admins, like sysadmins, so they don't have a graphical interface. It's not necessary. Okay, we'll give this another second. Right, still running. Come on. Is my cursor free? Yeah, okay. To check on something here. Okay, this is still running. That's off 4 hours. Yeah, this will take a while. Okay, that's something unrelated to what we're doing here. So, the grub config, so it is etc default grub. By the way, the directory etc, mostly it's pronounced at etsy, 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 the pronunciation. Some people say etc, I sometimes accidentally say etc. Etsy is better. Etsy is most widely used. Just so that's just like an informational detail you might be interested in. So here at the end of this line, we need to add another one. Crypt key equals root file system root fs, which is root secrets, and that's basically just to unlock the root file system. That's what it says here on this line. Crypt key root file system root secrets. Okay, that is correct. Write and quit, and now we can do grub make config, output it to boot, grub and grub cfg. Yes. Okay. And after this, we can boot into our newly installed system. Finally. Okay. By the way, there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to add the 700 permission to boot. Okay, now we can reboot. We need to exit first and then reboot. Okay. One thing, by the way, that I enjoy about this QEMU hypervisor is that any changes you make in the configuration are applied by next boot. Whereas, for example, in VirtualBox or VMware or probably even like every other hypervisor, all the settings are either locked or cannot be saved if you're running a VM. But here you can change whatever you need, say apply, and it'll automatically get applied by next boot. So you don't have to like remember what you needed to change or stop the machine just to change something. You can do it, and then when you can, reboot. That's it. So it's a detail, but I really like that. I need to force it off anyway, so okay. Now we need to enter the passphrase Twitch tutorial, and this is the only time after this config that you need to enter the passphrase. You enter it, wait for a minute or so for the decryption, depends on your CPU mostly, and then the boot process will automatically proceed, and then you reach a shell. It's that simple. You can set it up so that your display manager starts automatically, but we'll do that later. It's optional. I don't do that personally because I want to reach a shell first on a TTY before accessing X, which Xorg is my display manager, because sometimes I don't even use the graphical interface. Like, I don't always use it, and I don't always need it, and when it's launched, it eats up resources, so oftentimes I don't even, I just use Vim or whatever I need to do inside a TTY, so Also, just a note, a TTY. This is supposed to be beginner friendly, and I've been using these terms. TTY, you'll see it in a bit, but a TTY is basically a console in which you have access to the shell and you don't have a graphical interface, you just have a black screen and a prompt inside. That's a simple explanation. So, and you have several of those. For example, when one of your TTYs gets stuck, or when your display manager gets stuck, you can use another TTY to kill the process or do some maintenance or reboot to resolve the issue. And you usually do that with Control, Alt, and one of the F keys. Each launches a TTY. Usually Control, Alt, F1 launches your first TTY, which is your display manager if you use one, and the others launch TTY2, TTY3, TTY4, and you can switch to any one of those if you need to do something when the one that you've been using gets stuck, or when you just want to use another one for any reason. So you have the option to do that. Also, Alt and the arrows should work, but only in a TTY. Doesn't always work. So yeah, but generally Control, Alt, and one of the F keys. Okay, we have some issue here. Okay, we need to solve this. I'll take a quick look at what it is in a sec. Probably messed something up. It's probably an easy fix, but I'll have to take a look at the systemd journal after this finishes. Probably a typo or something somewhere. The logs will tell us more. But we'll see if this succeeds. It probably won't, but I told it to continue the boot process anyway, so we'll see what it does. Let me grab some water. Twitch tutorial. By the way, if you enter a wrong passphrase here, it's gonna tell you that no key for that passphrase could be found, and that could be confusing, so don't get startled, just reboot and make sure that you entered the correct passphrase. And by the way, from here you can reboot with Control Alt Delete. If you press that, if it doesn't respond when you press it once, try 3 times in a row and it should reboot automatically. Alright, let's go. It says loading Linux. Like I said before, that's a little weird. It shouldn't say that. There's probably something missing somewhere. It should say Linux, it should say loading Linux Arch 602, the version of the kernel. So since I removed the quiet keyword, if you remember, we can see the boot process now. And we can see that we mounted home, we definitely mounted root. So there's some other issues somewhere. We need to find it. We also found the device by the UUID. And everything seems to be okay, at least here, so we'll check the journal. And we can change the log level to 7 to debugging and see if we can find anything there. But it's probably a typo or something very stupid that I forgot to do. Like I said, by the way, this tutorial will be edited and it will be like a short 10-minute video, like a quick, easy installation. And if something like this happens to you, just reach out and it can be fixed. Like, many people actually tend to give up at this point if something like doesn't work, and I've seen that firsthand with a classmate whom not forced but converted or tried anyway to Linux, and he installed it, but he had been having some issues. Oh yeah, I know why it failed. Missing dependency for FE. Okay. Yeah. We'll need to fix that. We'll need to remove the dependency. So I tried converting him, but he had some issues, and then he gave up and installed Windows. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Like, seriously? Like, he gave up after like a week, and he had like one issue. It wasn't even serious. It wasn't even system breaking. And he gave up and went back to Windows. And like, I was like, oh wow, that is persistence level 999. Like, seriously, like, most of these issues can be easily fixed, and it's worth it long term and future wise, because you're using free and open source software, and you can change anything you want about it. And that's the thing. Like, don't you want to have that freedom? It's not just about it just works, you know, and boot a system and everything works, and you have everything pre-loaded, and you just install software like exes, and then that's it. No hassle. That's laziness. Because it would be different if Windows were free and open source software, but it's not. So if, like, to me, like, to lose that freedom or to not have that freedom is unimaginable, because, like, I love the way how I can change anything here, and how I know C and C++ and I can basically edit the kernel or add features to it if I understand the technical terms in it and all the scopes enough, then I can make any changes I want. So it's just like, to me, it's difficult to understand why someone wouldn't want that, you know? To me, it's just a basic human fundamental right to be able to have this freedom. You know? Is that weird? Like, I don't think it's weird, because... Oh, come on. Twitch tutorial. Like, you should be able to run your software however you want. You should be able to study. You should be able to change how it works. That's something that you should automatically have the ability to do, but you don't with Windows and countless other proprietary software. So to me, it's automatic that I would want to use such software that is free and open source. To me, it just makes sense that I said this countless of times. And people who don't get that or who disagree and say it just works, what's even the point of that statement if you don't have the freedom and the ability to mess around with it? I guess it depends on the personality. Like, you might be the non-technical type who just wants to launch a program or play a game and doesn't understand or is willing to understand any technical aspects of it. But I am the type of a person who wants to understand that and who is willing to go the extra mile. I don't know, like, that's me anyway. So we have the EFI dependency somewhere, but I don't know where. EFI, this shouldn't be there. And now if we do block ID, by the way, all this /def, the devices are block devices. You will often hear that, block devices. Okay, and if we do list block devices, we shouldn't have the partition, the FE partition anymore, so it should boot. But there was missing EFI dependency, but we should be able to disable that completely. Let's actually... No, it should work. It should just work. Did we install any package for EFI? Let me check my checklist. If we have a package, I mean we have FE boot manager. So we need to do arch chroot mount, and we need to remove that, and that should potentially resolve this problem if we remove this. Okay, power off. Now we should be, let's try booting now. Should fix that for us. Okay. Twitch tutorial. Yeah. So, as I was saying, to me it's something that I almost take for granted, to have access to the source code and to be able to change the way my software works and to be able to customize it. And I'm the type who likes to mess around with this stuff, like I said, and also even the graphical aspect, like the looks of it. Like, if you're familiar with rising, which basically means, in simple terms, customizing the looks of your distro, and mainly the visual aspects of it, with the looks. that is rising, and I'm the type who likes to mess around with stuff like that, like change, for example, the colors, the color palettes, the shadows, the toolbar. I'm using polybar, the amount of space between. Did it crash? The amount of space between my windows, and that's just something I automatically want to do when I install a distro. And in Windows you can't do that. And as for other free and open source software, I can change how it looks, what it does, how it works. I can learn from it. I get new ideas from a lot of this stuff. I can make my own either clone and learn from that, or a derivative, so something that is based on that, or based on something I've learned from that, but my own. So there are countless of possibilities, and with something like Windows, you are not able to do that because it's closed source. You don't know what it does. You don't know how it's doing. You can't study it. You have no idea. Probably the deepest part of the system you can get into is the registry and the system files, but most of those are just libraries and binaries. Can't really do anything with that. So, like, yeah. Where did it crash, by the way? Was it here? We've mounted everything. We're waiting for the disk. By the way, you can get rid of these jobs at the beginning. For example, my machine is now waiting for the ETH0 network interface. I still haven't found 2 minutes to disable that, but it can easily be done to just disable the start job that runs here, and the timeout is 1.5 minutes, so you need to wait 1.5 minutes for the service to start or for the job to finish, and that's just a waste of time. You can either lower that or disable it completely if it's something that's not important, and you can then enable it manually if necessary, or just lower the time, so you can set it to like 30 seconds, but also that would be for me a lot. So now it's waiting for a disk. I'm not sure which one. This is the shortened UUID. I'm not sure which disk is this. It might actually be the root disk, the VDA, the virtual disk, rather. But that's weird because we've already mounted home and apparently root since we're booting the system, and we're already in the. Okay, so it's timed out waiting for a disk, and the dependency for EFI failed. Yeah. Okay, we need to figure out how to switch it to non-EFI, to BIOS instead, because right now it expects that we will boot in EFI mode, but we can't in this VM. This entire thing wouldn't happen on your hardware if you install it on your bare metal. It only happens in the virtual machine, and in this particular hypervisor. So, and I didn't want to use VirtualBox because VirtualBox is not free and open source software. I mean, the core is, but it uses binaries and firmwares that are not, so that makes the whole thing poisoned, which is why I don't want to use it. So, yeah, I mean, I could have used it for the tutorial, that's true, but probably too late for that. I might do another one actually. There's actually gonna be one for Debian and for Gen 2 as well. With Gen 2 it might be a good idea to do VirtualBox because man, that takes a while into having to redo everything and I would probably just so yeah, that'll take a second, but Gen 2 is Gen 2, like Gen 2 has kind of like a reputation. It takes a while to get working if you do it the right way, and you need to compile every single tool and the kernel and everything. It takes a second, especially on laptops and on older CPUs. It takes a long time. On my CPU, I compiled the kernel in like 7 minutes, the entire Linux 602 kernel. On my previous CPU, it took 4 hours. On laptops, like I have a ThinkPad X220, it would take, hard to say, but probably also a couple of hours. 10, 12 hours could be. So, yeah. The kernel and all the tools together. So, yeah. Got another idea, actually. I need to reboot again. God. Like I said, like this wouldn't otherwise happen. I might. This is funny. I might as well install VirtualBox because, I mean, it's quite funny that I didn't know this before. I should have. I agree that it's my fault, but this QEMU by default doesn't support UEFI, and therefore and you need to actually download the whole UEFI firmware for it, and it's a mess. So it would be smarter and faster to use VirtualBox. I could have done that. Yeah. I might actually do that and just redo the whole thing. It would take a second. Shit. Are you on drugs? Yes. No. So. Okay. Come on. script setup, open dev VDA3, script LVM, Twitch tutorial, and here that okay, that should be it. Yeah, great. Now we want a new one. Why does it default to Windows, not Solaris? No thanks. Arch. Oh, the disk can stay there. Arch toot. Let's give it 496. Can afford it. Let's actually give it more. Let's give it like 20. Okay, and here mount FVG root to mount, mount FVG home to mount home, arch to root mount. Now vim etc etc fstab, and here we have the root, the home, and VDA2, and that's the problem. This /EFI, and this is the issue. So theoretically, removing this line, since this device already, this partition doesn't exist anymore, but it's a block device, this should fix our issue now. So if we reboot, exit first, power off, because we need to switch the order here, this should now work. So let's go. Twitch. I think I made a mistake there. Twitch tutorial. Okay. Let's give it a second. My cursor was captured again. Poor thing. Come on. Finally. Alright, now that job we'll want to run again. Actually, yeah, so the disk it was waiting for, who would have thought, was the EFI partition. That was the device that is who was waiting for. So, oh god, my throat hurts a little bit. So we finally managed to boot. What a night. I'm sorry, I'm just glad. Yeah, I need to set up networking. Now, we should already have DHCP but we didn't get an IP for some reason. We need to go ahead and set that up. Should already have been done, but yeah. By the way, this is a local IP. Let's try pinging. Come on. An IP. So let's do 104.2.1.8.9.9.2. Alright, so just wanted to make sure whether it's a DNS issue or a network issue in general, but it's a network issue. So for some reason we don't have access to the network. We can do bridge GH0 or whatever, and we'll need to reboot for this because this is up to the hypervisor to give us access. We'll do that later. Okay, so to make sure, this is another thing that it would already work if you were on bare metal. Like, networking should work if you've installed DHCP CD, so just need to set it up here. ETH0. It is okay. Yeah. My bad. Now these devices should be bridged and we should have an IP. Oh, it's more, okay. PS06. What's the interface's name? Okay, well, network, this should have given us a network. Okay. Like I said, the decryption takes a second. To decrypt the master key takes a little while. Okay. That's actually true. Yeah, we don't have it actually. I have an idea. Okay, the interface is up, but we still don't have an IP. Let's see. Oh, it pings. Ah. Okay. The DNS is also working. Nice. Okay, so I need to enable it. And now, one thing that you need to do, you need to create a user for yourself. User add. There's also add user, but would need to be installed additionally. So let's add a user Twitch. And now we can set the password for this user to be Twitch tutorial. Now this user is not gonna have any home directory. If you want to give them a home directory, you would use the M option. Should probably put it here. And yeah, of course you need to specify where that would be. And my head is elsewhere, sorry. Okay. Twitch tutorial. Okay. And if we go to home, we have the Twitch user there. Now we can just switch to that user. So we can do Twitch, and now we are that user. We have a home directory. You can put stuff here. So we are the user Twitch. If you say who am I, it will respond Twitch. Our ID is 1000. So first regular user, non-system, non-service. So this is us. We have networking. We have a system set up. This is like the very base system. We could say something like 3 to see what our usage is here in TTY. So really like nothing. You could do H. We're using 115 megabytes of memory. Barely anything. Is it actually 1.1 gig? Is this like, it's probably not, right? why is it the 0 there? Oh, that's swap, okay. Like I said, my mind is elsewhere. It's too late in the night already. Yeah, it's 115 megs of used memory, which is great. So as you can see, like minimal footprint on your system. Now we're gonna I'm sorry. There's definitely gonna be a 10-minute version of this published separately. Edited using open source software, open source and free software. KDE and Live is an example. Now let's install X, or rather Xorg, so we can do Xorg. Yes. Yeah, we need to add ourselves to the wheel group, so user mod AG and wheel Twitch wheel. Yes, wheel Twitch. Okay, now we should have access. If we do su Twitch, we should be able to even update the system, which is something you should do right away. So just do sudo pacman syu. Oh, that's a different problem. Pacman sudo. Yes, thank you. Twitch tutorial. Oh, come on. There's no way. Seriously? Twitch tutorial. Okay, it probably needs a reboot to be applied, but anyway. We are up to date because we just pulled all the packages, but you know, this is the first thing you should do anyway. And now let's install Xorg, Xorg. Yeah, we pretty much need all of it. Yep. Now this will be our graphical interface, or rather display server, which provides us with a graphical interface. But not only that, but we also need a either a desktop environment, which includes a window manager, or just a window manager. So we're gonna get that shortly. Okay, I want to check the integrity. That's protocol. The security feature. Important. Let's give it a second. Almost there. Okay, now let's launch X and see. Here's something missing. So let's say server. Let's just install our window manager as well already. Okay, that's done. Now we can install Dunst for notifications. Go ahead. Okay, sorg, I'll need to specify display 0 configure. Okay. We'll give it a second. It might have encountered an error and now we need to switch to a different TTY, so let's just rot definitely. Twitch tutorial. Let's check back here. We can't use actual Control Alt and F keys because that would switch my actual TTY. Alright, now we should be able to edit the config. Or rather, it's in root. We have the display 0 set up. Yeah. To home, which Yeah, only owner of session may take control. So we might need to specify a different display. Like theoretically, if we do one, this could work. Yeah, this is the screen 0 and screen 1 is not defined, so we can just switch to it. I need to make another one. Monitor. I will have to take a look at the wiki, at Archie's wiki and the Xorg entry. Try to figure out why it's refusing to start. Like, it says that you can't grab off the session that you haven't launched, but like, we should be able to. You know what? Actually, let's reboot. And because we've added our new user to wheel, that wasn't applied, and we installed X and the drivers, so just the safest bet before spending too much time on it is to reboot, and we'll see. So, Twitch tutorial. So it'll take a second. For such a long key, it just takes time. It's math, physics, there's no way around it. Okay, that has been decrypted. Now, boot, launch services, run jobs. Okay, Twitch. Come on. Did I reset the password actually? I think I set it to only Twitch. I don't remember. Twitch. What did I set the password to? Oh god. Oh god. Twitch. Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. It was locked. Okay. Now let's see if we have the config set up correctly. Just to be able to rule it out. It should actually be. We're not gonna wait 10 minutes. I think it's unlocked. On. Okay, at least that's working. So it won't run on display 0 with defaults and not even with the config that we've provided here. It's actually back in the home directory. Oh, come on. extra character. That was really confusing. Now the log didn't really tell us that much. And the kernel CMD line also appears to be correct. If you look at it, boot image, boot VM Linux. Nothing useful here. No reason why there should be anything, but wanted to check. Let's see if we can start it from here. Actually, it seems to be doing something. Let me check one more thing. Well, it's running there, and I don't know why it wasn't doing anything. Huh. trying to think of a way it would fail to launch without, like with just the default config, it should launch because the default config has enough settings to make it launch your, or at least it should be able to detect a window manager at least, or a desktop environment, depends on what you've installed. And we've even tried specifying, and like we said that we should execute BSP window manager on init of X, but it still didn't do anything. So I don't know, but I'm gonna check the log again, because this time it ran even though we couldn't see anything. So I'll take a look at the log, see if we actually launched BSP VM or not. Where's that log? Now it is using that config. Yeah, xorg conf new. So it is using the default config. Then I have no idea, like and it even exited with 0. Like we killed it, but still there aren't any errors that would point us in the right direction. Now I'm gonna try something. Don't edit this file manually. Yeah, like we would need to override it. I don't even know if this would work. Okay, so we'll just need to set, well, what is currently the editor. Okay. Well, we can do that's one way to do it. And we'll, yeah. Actually, let's, never mind. So now Twitch should be able to use sudo. So Let's actually try running Stork again from here. Because this is a regular user, not root. It still keeps erroring out with 1 and TTY0 permission denied. And the root, while he can run it, there is we failed to load some module fbdev. That's a video driver, I think, or rather one of the dependencies of the default video driver. I think it's actually one of Mesa's dependencies. But then again, up there it says match fbdev as on auto configure driver 1, and then we can't load the module. Why? Could it be that the actual video driver that I forgot to install it? Like, unfortunately I have to install the proprietary one, but did I forget to do it? Because that would make sense. Stork probably wouldn't launch without a video driver, even though it should at least say something. It errored out with permission denied. And for root it didn't even error out. So let's wait until this finishes. It also is pulling the NVIDIA utils dependency, which I wanted to pull afterwards, but apparently it is a dependency. Yeah, it actually says there before it's NVIDIA utils dependency. Yeah. Wayland. Okay. Now, okay, let's try xorg again. Permission denied. Alright, let's try as root. Anything. Hmm. Does it have a verbose option? Oh, it actually wasn't recognized. Didn't really tell us anything extra. Now I wonder if it knows about the xinit.rc file. Let me check something real quick. Might be a good way to find out. Alright, there's one thing I might have forgotten to do as well. I'm sorry about that. Xinit is required if you want to use StartX, for example, which should be able to do some of the config for us, and launch X with some additional settings, and also launch the xinit.rc file, or rather use it and use the settings out of it. Same thing. And it launched on the same TTY, okay. Let's try through this guy. Failed to enable IO ports, X-term not found. To get it out of the way, and IO ports, which are those? O3FF, version not permitted. TWM. xinit.rc. exec dsp wm. Let's try this. Couldn't execute the configuration file. Why? I killed it, but before that, it couldn't execute the config file. Why not? File.x init. Well, the config file that we want is right here. It's right there, xinit.rc. And it has correct permissions. Hmm. Let's take a look at the failed to enable IO ports. That's really weird. Maybe it means keyboard and the mouse, but I don't think so. Let's try this. Helpful wiki. And doing stuff like this, it's important to learn how to work with the wiki and the resources that you have available, because most of the times you're gonna find the answer there. If something doesn't work and you can't figure it out and you checked everything, you checked the logs, then you can check the wiki and forums, and you'll almost definitely find the answer. Maybe not on the first try, but nevertheless. And BSPWM is actually running, so that config file that we have there, the xinit.rc, the launch file, actually worked. It was called, but for some reason, that's it. We don't even have a cursor. We should have a cursor here. Actually, exactly this cursor that you see here on the side. We should see that in here. And when I killed xinit, it also killed BSPWM, so definitely the launch file worked. And we still have that operation not permitted, so there has to be an issue somewhere else. This post didn't really help. Activation failed? Why? Not found? What? Like, the service is here, so... like, that is an essential that has to be here. Reinstalling, well, that's not gonna help us. So this might actually be the issue. dbus is not starting for some reason. The unit is missing, but like... home one. But it actually fell after each command that we invoked. That's weird. Hold on, let me check. I'll try one more thing that they suggest, and it really shouldn't be related, but let's try to install the network manager. I mean, there should be no connection between the two. What is the package's name? It actually is complaining about Home 1. But I don't even know what that unit does. Is it for detecting paths to home? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, actually, Wheezy backports, I did, and uh, it's kind of weird because I didn't want to use initial VirtualBox because it's technically it contains firmware and binaries that are not false. So I used QEMU or QEMU or whatever is the pronunciation, but that only supports BIOS. So to make UEFI work, you would have to download the firmware and like it's a little complicated, and I didn't know that before, to be honest, which caused an issue with EFI and during the installation, which I didn't know about and hadn't anticipated. So I guess that, like, I don't know if I forgot to do something or I don't know, like maybe I messed something up along the way. But I've installed it many times and this never happened, but it's true that each of those times was on bare metal and not in a VM. But I expected that it wouldn't change much, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take a look at the Home 1 unit. Let me check if I even have it. I don't have it either. It's it's failing on my production system as well because of the same service, but it's not causing any issues apparently. Yeah, I could try that. Let's see. Actually, now that I think of it, perhaps it could be because of kernel 602 that dbus was updated as well for support and compatibility, and something got messed up. Maybe I could try reverting to the previous stable and also the appropriate dbus version that was stable at the time. Because both my production and this VM are running 602, the kernel, so kinda a reach, but could be the issue. First, I'll try to look up this particular unit and see if anybody else complained about it before doing anything else. Probably the best idea. Yeah, that would explain it. If it indeed is, then it would, like, it makes sense, so. But then again, like, if you think about it, I upgraded the kernel, dbus as well, and I've rebooted in between, and I'm still able to run Xorg, which means that, or that leads me to believe that Xorg at least should be able to start, at the very least. Here in the VM. Let's share. Power button device is a keyboard. I think I didn't reboot after installing the graphics driver, so I'll try to reboot and we'll see. Oh, come on. try to find somebody who also uses an NVIDIA GPU on the forums, and then somebody uploaded a video here. I'm gonna see if they install just the NVIDIA package, which is what I did actually on the production system that I use. That is weird. Yeah, they installed the NVIDIA package, but anything besides that? Network manager. And NVIDIA utils, but those are the dependency or one of the dependencies of the NVIDIA package. Uh, I'm actually not sure if GNU can do that. In which case, actually, that's a good point. Uh, hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. What is this virtual device? Is it like their virtual GPU device? Apparently from Red Hat.
Yeah, it's already it's already there. Again, this is gonna take like a minute. I'm sorry, my voice is going out. Hello. Ah, shit. My voice is totally out. Almost. I have to sound weird. Nevertheless, something happened during the installation, and because of that, I can't really finish it. Xorg doesn't want to start for some reason, or technically it does start. Even BSPWM starts, so the init script is called, but there's just a black screen. The log doesn't really say anything, and when killed it exits with 0, so I don't really know. I haven't encountered this before on bare metal, worked without any issues. I suspect that it might have something to do with the EFI, that I had to last minute switch to BIOS in the middle of the installation inside this VM because it doesn't support UEFI, it only supports BIOS. So it doesn't really make sense, but that's the only thing I can think of. Everything else I think I checked, and I will probably try later through VirtualBox, which does support UEFI, and see if I can get it working. So I'll try that. However, at the moment, it would appear that the kernel module for VirtualBox. Come on. The kernel module is not. Yes. It fails to compile for 602, so I don't know. Maybe I should just wait a bit. But it exits with an error. Yeah. Missing 515 LTS kernel modules 3. So I guess I gotta wait for support for 602. And when that happens, I'll try with VirtualBox. I don't think I can run it without the module, because even if I try VirtualBox, yeah, it fails to launch because of the module. And this doesn't actually exist. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna wait with this, and then we'll see. Yeah. Let's see if this exists now. No, it doesn't exist. So Yeah, again, sorry about this. This was unprecedented and unexpected, and uh, yeah, a little bit of a fail. I mean, we installed the system, but we can't get a graphical interface, so uh, might be enough for some people, but probably not for the everyman. Um, which means that I'll have to do another one when I can get this working. I'll do another stream. However, I can still do what what I originally wanted to do after the installation, which is the setup of Proton and finding false alternatives to pretty much everything you might have been used to on Windows. And like, the point of all this is to show people that there's almost always a better false alternative, and the upside to that is that it's free as in freedom, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can change the way it works, you can add features to it and customize it, change the looks of it. You have that freedom, whereas in Windows, you don't have anything in Windows. So, yeah, I mean, it's true that, like, what was it like last week? DBus and the 602 stable was also a couple of days ago, and yeah, so I'll try again later with VBox, and then try this again. But I can do the setup just to show that there'll be like a edited video of that afterwards that'll be like published to this YouTube playlist with GNU Linux tutorials on how to migrate from Windows and from proprietary software, which is the main point of all this. And like, that's what I'm trying to show people, and that's my goal at the moment. Unfortunately, the people in my circles are the types who say, like, I like Windows because it just works. But it doesn't make any sense, because, okay, fine, it just works, but you're in this jail in which you can't do anything. Like, you can play games and run proprietary software on it, but that's it. Like, you see something that you would add to that system, you can't do it. You see an issue, you can't fix it. You want to customize something, you can't. There's like very limited customization what like Microsoft allows you to do. So like, that's what I don't get about people who say it just works. And it's gonna be a long journey. Also, like, look at Richard Stallman, like 30 years or so trying to persuade people to use free and open source software, and people still don't want to listen. So it's gonna take some time, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that's I thought about that too, but then again, like, to someone like me, at least to me, I feel that I should have the ability to do it, even though like even if I weren't a technical person, I would still have the ability to do it, and I think that's the point. Like, the possibility is there. And then the technical types can mess with it. That's the other thing. Like, if you actually do it, that's something else. But the possibility is there. And with Windows and proprietary software, the possibility isn't there. So the technical types can't really do much. And like I understand that most people just want a functional system that they boot, it immediately works. There's pretty much like nothing that could break, except for a faulty Windows update. But besides that, and they just want to run their proprietary software on it, but yeah. Like I've been trying to explain all the points to my friends and family, but yeah, it's gonna take a bit more persuasion than that. It's like I even offered to set up their machines to help them transition from Windows and like to show them false alternatives for like it's art like Krita, for example, is arguably better than Photoshop and costs nothing and is false and is lightweight and it's supported by the K project and like then Blender, for example, versus something like Maya, and I think that mostly you could find a false alternative or like KDE Live, even though it's probably not as good as Premiere, but it's getting there and it has a lot of features already. You can do like basic editing in it. A pretty impressive tool. So but yeah, there are also gonna be some events. Did it just switch me to offline? That's weird. Yeah. Like, I had been trying to make FOSS software. Like, my main area is game development, and I've been working on a rather large project in my company, or rather at my company, for some time, and recently switched it to the GPL-v3, and also running some other smaller projects that are also Libre, and I definitely am trying to make software that I could use, but also others could potentially use and benefit from it. And I think that especially in game development, it's something that's unheard of, like a FOSS game. Of course there are some, but major AAA titles are not FOSS. And this project, even though not a AAA game, but it's like a bit more advanced than something like Pac-Man. Can't really say more about it at the moment, but on one hand it's risky to do a project like this that requires a lot of resources and make it essentially free, so people can just compile it on their machine and run it for free, but both free as in freedom and free as in price, but I want to start doing something like this. Like, people don't do it, but I want to start with a game that is false, and there's also a coming soon page for it on Steam, and it's gonna be available there as well for free. Both definitions of freedom. And I kind of hope that more people will start doing it, hopefully, maybe after some time. And with like those smaller projects as well, like most of them are for me, like automation stuff, like a virtual assistant that does things for me that can be automated. Something for my specific needs that I can just run on a local server and have it do stuff that I would otherwise have to do manually all the time. So I'm definitely trying to do things that I could do with Libre software, but it's difficult. Like, for example, an example being an instant messenger. Like most people I talk to use Facebook Messenger or Meta Messenger, which is something I'm not gonna try to understand, but and like I refuse to use software like that, and people on the other end refuse to install apps that they think of as shady, something like Signal, because like at least like family and people who are older kind of think of it like something they not really heard of and it's not marketed that much, so they are afraid of installing it. And that's just an example. Like they use the mainstream software that's usually proprietary, and that's what I want to stick with. And that's why I care about it, because I don't want to use that software, and I want to show people that there are other ways, better ways, in my opinion. I don't want to force them, but also I want to show them the possibilities and let them decide. Like I want them to lead them to the conclusion that it's better for them and for everyone else to use FOSS, and it's safer, and like it's it respects your privacy, and like the fun is in learning. Yeah, I mean, nice. I tried LFS once, like 2 years ago or so. I actually want to make it work on my ThinkPad soon. I wanted to do a tutorial on Debian, on GNU, and then like a personal project, try LFS once more, to mess with it a little more. I want to learn about, like in depth about the kernel and writing modules for it. I'm not going to pretend that I understand all that code, even though I code in C++ and C, but that stuff is above me at the moment. But I definitely want to learn more about it, and then make my own stuff for it, and like extensions, and I think LFS is a very good way to learn about it. So yeah, I definitely agree with that, and yeah, it's a fun little project that, even though it could take a long time to get working, but you learn a lot and it's fun, at least like to someone like me or you, from what I can read, from what you're saying. Yeah, I considered that on Steam it would be paid, so something like Krita is paid on Steam, but the source is available. And it's considered a donation if people buy it voluntarily on Steam, even though Valve takes 30% off and your government will take like 20 and more, so you get 50 or less percent from it. But it's still something, of course. So I was considering this as well, but I think it's like some people might be like, hey, you're selling this on Steam and it's at the same time it's free somewhere else. And also Valve has something in the developer agreement about putting Steam users to a disadvantage. And I didn't want to risk getting banned, even though I still am considering doing something like that, maybe not on Steam, but on something like itch. So that could work. But yeah, I mean, those binaries could be paid and the source would be available. Yeah. I had, regarding Signal, I had, especially with my parents, because they use either Facebook Messenger or iMessage, which is absolutely unacceptable. Even though I use a MacBook for some of the work I do, but I have Debian installed on it in a VM, so I do most of my work inside that VM. But I had issues with converting people to Signal. I also started using Session, which is even worse for people who don't understand this stuff. It's even more shady for them and like this like awkward app. And that's kind of sad because I also am trying to tell people that like, hey, this is the only communication channel that I'm willing to use besides email, which isn't exactly secure as well, or better than Facebook Messenger. But anyway, so I have like 3 people or 4 people that I use Signal with most of the time, even though they're not technical people, but the others, it'll take some more persuasion. Like, I've been trying to tell them, like, this is the only way we can talk. Like, I don't want to act like a dick and, like, force them into something, but I have my principles and I want to defend my privacy and my data, and I want to know where it goes, what it does. So that's my reasoning behind it. And most people are like, I have nothing to hide. But then I tell them, like, okay, like those people might have nothing to hide, or like you have nothing to hide, but it's still like you don't know what that data is used for. And the corporations or governments might train AIs with it and then use it for who knows what, and they can manipulate you into things like targeted ads, and they can make you buy something you think you want based on your data and things like these. And like, I've even seen people who said that they like targeted ads that are based on their searches because they give them suggestions for what they would want to buy. But I tell them, and isn't that scary? Like, that machine knows what you want? Like, isn't that scary to you? And most people are like, no. But I'm like, what? Like, that's something that is so, like, I fear this technology because it can be used to manipulate people. And when you reach the point where they know what you want and you haven't told anyone, I think that's pretty scary. But that's just my point of view. Some tips for alphas. The book is a guide, not a one-to-one copy-paste. Yeah. Also with Gen2, I've been trying to take the approach of reading the wiki step by step and thinking about it and thinking about what it does and like what each command is actually doing and what each config is doing and the purposes of them. So I'm not the type who would take the command and just paste it in, or take the config and just paste it in. The closest to that is copying a default config file and then editing it. like the kind of configs that are in user share for stuff like Sorg or I don't know, whatever else, window managers, desktop environments. So like that's the closest to like copying configs or commands, but otherwise I always try to understand what exactly they do, what do I need them for, and when I'm troubleshooting, I'm trying to like also understand, like with this, I was trying to understand what could be wrong. I couldn't find any hints, so yeah, I mean, it's definitely yeah, script each section. I mean, yeah, could make yeah, I haven't thought about that actually. Could try that. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good idea. Balls, shitpost sender. Wonderful comment. Anyway, so like with Gentoo, I've learned a lot about every package and all the tools that I had to compile and all the configs. And with LFS, I kind of did it like in a couple of hours, so that was like kind of like a pushed installation. But now when I get to it on the ThinkPad, I want to do it properly and go over the sections and like put the time in. Yeah, I can see the usefulness of that. Yeah, like you could just call the script. Yeah, I think I'll try that with LFS and maybe even the next Gentoo installation, which will probably be on stream. Don't know when yet, but I'll probably do Debian first. It's a bit easier for regular, like non-technical people to understand, and that's mainly what this is for and who this is for, like this series that I want to do. And then like Gentoo and LFS personally. I don't think I'm gonna stream LFS, maybe for fun, but not really like a tutorial, because I myself am a bit confused with certain aspects of the process and still have a lot more to learn, especially about the kernel. So maybe at some point later after this installation I could do a stream of it, I suppose. I was running a process here that is still running. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure how much longer is this gonna take. But the problem here is that this is kind of like off topic, but I wanted to move on to Proton and went to check if this was done, but it isn't apparently. The problem with Proton and with Wine is that you can't really run stuff from an NTFS drive, and since I unfortunately used Windows before because of compatibility reasons, I have an NTFS data drive with pretty much everything, so I have to back everything up, reformat it to X4 and then put it back. And there are some videos that I had here, some streams downloaded from Twitch that are not available anymore, so I wanted to like keep them. And apparently the total size of the directory was 100 gigs for like 7 videos. So I called FFmpeg and wanted to lower the bitrate and see if that would help. Like with some other videos, it reduced the size by a factor of like 3 or 4. So quite nice. And hopefully with this, I'll end up with tops 20 gigs. Could be easier to back up afterwards, or will be easier, and reformat, because I can't really show anything from Proton unless this is done. I don't really want to put too much stuff on my SSD besides the system and system tools, trying to keep it clean. So all this stuff like games, third-party software, and documents are on the HDD. So I gotta wait for this. Like some of the streams are like 5 hours or 6, and if the speed is 1.84, then it could take a couple of hours. I actually tried to force it to use 32 threads, but it refuses to do so. It only wants to use 16, and since I have a 16-core CPU, I have 32 threads available, and I can use them, but FFmpeg refused. And yeah, so like now it should be using 16, and like the CPU usage utilization seems to agree with that. So I've heard about the stages before. Was it from LFS or GNU? Like a stage 1 archive, or rather tarball, that you used as a base, and then you could make more when you progress in the installation. Yeah, so that it was Gen 2 then. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I could do that too. Definitely. Yeah, we'll have to find a day, completely free day, to spend on LFS. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Sounds like a reasonable idea, and like you have like these kind of like checkpoints, so like if anything, you have the tar balls, and you can just unpack them, and you have the your progress kind of like restored with the base system, then the tools, and like especially after you compile them, spend hours waiting. Would be a good idea to back that up. So yeah, I will most likely do that as well. Also with the scripts, I'll try. Yeah, I could do that in like 2 weeks or so. Yeah, that could work. It's the 20th. Yeah, I have to find a day. Probably in 2 weeks or so. Yeah, thanks for the tips. I appreciate it, especially because I'm not that experienced with LFS and not even with Gentoo that much. Like I had been using Debian for since 2013 and stopped like this year and switched to Arch because I wanted to try something new. So of course, like because of the compatibility issues that I mentioned, I had been using Windows before as my daily driver, but I switched full time to Arch recently, which was a big step. Broke a couple of things that I'm trying to get working again, but it's worth it. Like I'm the kind of person who is willing to spend the time and make it work, as opposed to people who would just give up on the first error message. So I knew a guy, a classmate, whom I converted to, I think it was Ubuntu, and he got a kernel panic, or maybe it wasn't a kernel panic, but it was some sort of a critical error, maybe GNOME. He had GNOME and it crashed, and he didn't know what to do. He wasn't really a technical type, and he gave up and installed Windows again. And it was disappointing. But trying to get that working, so yeah, I'm mostly used to Debian, which is why like some of this stuff is still a little confusing, especially in Gentoo and LFS. So yeah, what I wanted to say, what my point is that I appreciate it. Thank you. You have no idea how many hours I spent setting your mailbox. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. But then again, like I said, I'm willing to do it. Like for me, it's fun and a learning experience, a journey to explore this world of like source-based systems and like. Yeah, I mean. Definitely there are gonna be some obstacles, but yeah, I'm willing to keep trying. And with the builds, like this CPU will hopefully be able to crunch it in a couple of hours, and during that time I'll just do something else. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. This is the second time I started writing a build system for LFS. And the one that you had before, like, is this like an expansion of it, or like a rewrite, or a different language, or like already like what else could you use? Like you said that now you're using Bash, right? But like, before. Not send it for Ubuntu. Yeah, I mean, Ubuntu is kind of like I've grown to dislike it, to say the least. Not only because of Canonical's approach to the development and the spyware and all this stuff with Amazon, but also the performance hit. Like, maybe it has gotten better since I last used it, but back then it was pretty heavy by default. And like, also like Amazon being pre-installed, I was like, are you serious? Like, no way. So I really dislike Ubuntu by this point, and even though I'm aware that many people who started with GNU Linux started with Ubuntu, but like if I'm the one who is converting those people, I always suggest Debian as a starter distro. And if they want to like try something more advanced there, then I suggest Arch, but most of them just go with Debian when they're starting.
Have you ever played with Buildroot?
No, I actually haven't. Not yet, anyway. I might, but since I had been using Debian for so long, I really didn't have that much, like a lot of reason to do that, and since I only tried Alphas once and Gen2 maybe like twice as well, and so like yeah, there weren't really a lot of opportunities for that, but I'm open to like trying this stuff out and experimenting with it, and like I said, with the kernel as well. So I might do that.
I've seen GCC compile at least over 400 times already from testing my build system. And this is a completely new version. I used Bash before, but the scripts were very janky.
I know the feeling, not in this context, but with code in general. Like I've also like wrote many tools and also like smaller games before, and then when I looked at them after some time, I was like, that's so janky, that's so weird, like what was I thinking when I was writing that? So I either rewrote it or made something new, but knowing that I shouldn't make those mistakes, especially like style mistakes and like not commenting code and things like practical things like this that will help you in the future when referencing stuff in the code. So yeah, definitely know the feeling, like looking at your past code and being like, oh man, what the hell? What is this?
And I have a custom messaging system, various functions for setting up everything, config files, check functions that will kill the build on failure and tell me what failed. Nice. Buildroot is a build system for making embedded Linux distros. It's very easy and there's a good amount of documentation. Last I used it, I was reverse engineering a Chinese IP camera. Alright.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Buildroot. Alright. Actually haven't heard of it before. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to like write stuff down later about. I was looking for my Notepad website, but there's something else open there, so I'm gonna do that later. But yeah, I like the things that you suggested, like I'll try those as well. We'll have to write it down, and also about Buildroot because I tend to forget.
You can also use it to make a distro for Raspberry Pi.
Wait, now that you mention Raspberry Pi, I remember, who was it? There was this woman, or as I can judge by their GitHub profile, who made a Gen2 image for the Pi, and I think they used this tool. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure, but it was the biggest Gen2 image for the Raspberry Pi out there, and probably the only one that was really working. I'm not sure what the author's name was. I think she stopped making these and like messing around with this stuff some time ago for some reason. She announced it on the GNU forums, if I remember correctly. But I think she actually used this tool. I'm not sure. The image is somewhere on GitHub. I could take a look at it later. Yeah, I think. Let me find it real quick. I have it start, so I can just search in the start repositories. Search. Oh, Sakaki. Her name was Sakaki, or at least username. Gen2 on RPI 64-bit is the repo's name. Yeah, the last release is 2 years ago. But bootable 64-bit Gen2 image for the Raspberry Pi 4 with the kernel 5.4, OpenRC XFCE4. Okay. Oh no, the build system isn't mentioned here. I thought that sounded familiar in connection to the Raspberry Pi, but maybe I just remembered wrong. And no build system at all is mentioned here actually. Alright. Or at least on the README, in the README file. That's weekly auto build bin host, actually. Well, that's just some script, probably. Then does weekly builds. Plan 9? Probably not. I don't think so. What is it? I actually, no, I don't know. Oh man. Okay. So oh, it's from Bell Labs. Okay. Huh. A cleaner way to solve most systems problems. Adventures in 9. What is it based on? Is it Unix based? Oh yeah. Built on Unix concepts. For YouTube, I use a front end based on NVIDIA's that's running on our Ongakan servers. Okay. And it works pretty well, so I'm gonna try to Adventures in 9. Look it up here. Could be fun. This is actually, with these light bulbs, something that I had been working on, like as a smaller project. This could actually work with it and would save some resources. could be fun. I don't know why I'm still receiving these notifications. No longer interested in that repository. Yeah, when there's some time, like summer or something, next year, I should be able to invest more time into such experiments. Until then, I wanna like get more into the kernel and study it and extend it. So yeah, that's what's gonna be the, or rather like that's what's on my radar at the moment. I was thinking of like the way I could say it. Oh man. Well, always up for a challenge. Yeah, like, but see, like, this is something that I enjoy doing, like stuff like this, like messing around and like discovering the way stuff works, especially software. I'm not that much into hardware, especially software, and changing the way it works, and you know, like trying to break it sometimes. So like stuff like this I really enjoy. That's also maybe why I am so into like GNU Linux and, you know, customization, rising, and like changing everything I can see, and other people are like, what, you dork. So I've been looking at those, and I have some tabs open here actually. Quite a few. Quite a few. Sorry, my voice is going. It's getting worse and worse. But right now only 244. But I have a file with all my tabs from my previous installation of Firefox on Windows saved as bookmarks, and there's over like 1200 tabs that I had open every single time I opened Firefox, because like I noticed something interesting, opened it in a new tab instead of bookmarking it and putting it in a list, something like read later or watch later. I opened a new tab, and then before I know it, 1200 tabs. And I'm getting into that situation again apparently, and all of these are videos. Like, Jesus Christ. And videos and various, and like Archwiki and the Linux Foundation website, and oh my god, IEEE kernel.org. Not yet. No, actually, I haven't. Not yet. is this? Oh, to-do group. Oh, okay. But yeah, with the manuals, I also have to allocate some time, go through it. But I've been hearing a lot from some people, especially on the wikis, about them not always following the standards and not being always like POSIX compliant. Which I don't know, like these days, if it's like, of course, it's a set of standards, and it's something that it was based on, like from back in the day. But like I know that many of those, like even that many distros are not compliant, even though like I think like there was a list with all the distros that are compliant, and then a lot bigger list with those that are almost compliant but not completely. Yeah. NetBSD and OpenBSD are the interesting ones. OpenBSD is the best because they have really sounds. I've seen a video from Mental Outlaw about using OpenBSD on a server, and the upsides to that. I haven't tried it. I was quite interested in it. It piqued my interest because might be something I could try on a server someday. So it's also like in the backlog somewhere. There are so many things I would like to mess with and try, but you know, like there's work, there are studies, there's like social life that has to like be there somewhere so that I don't get like drive myself crazy. And yeah, with the GNU not being compliant with the POSIX, yeah, I mean, yeah, seen that too. But I definitely agree, like that the standards exist for a reason, and would be a good idea to be aware of them and like have an overview of them. And with the kernel modules, yeah, so I wanted to do something that like little things in the beginning, and then maybe something, if I get an idea and it doesn't exist yet, then something else. But like some security modules, custom ones that maybe not make sense to everyone but would make sense to me, and try that and like see if it works. I think I would try it as a built-in first, and then as a module like DKMS or something. But I don't know yet. I don't have a plan for this yet. I just want to learn more about the kernel and try doing some Hello World modules in the beginning, and then something custom once I know how to do it. But I don't have an exact plan yet, or a timetable. I don't know when I will be able to get to it. I will have my LPIC exam next month, so gotta prepare for that. And after that, there will be more time for the kernel. Theo the Red is fucking nuts. He runs 2 full server except text machines for OpenBSD releases. Um, yeah, I mean, I think I would also run them if I were able to afford them. Like I would be able and willing to have a server rack in my living room, or like and sleeping next to it, or like in my bedroom. I would be okay with that. I don't know if like I mean like, yeah. It's also another thing, like I would definitely like to self-host instead of just using VPSs. Would be safer, definitely more secure. But yeah, like if you have 2 racks with just like run level 3 or something, but in FreeBSD or rather OpenBSD. I mean, it's a hobby. I guess like for him, like kind of like a job, because like when making those releases, yeah, that's something else too. Like if you're that extreme, it would make sense to, or if we are able to like build like a solar, kind of like a mini farm, or like put up solar panels on your like porch, or like windows, or not windows but roof, or the garden, or based on your abilities, but like using that much energy in an apartment building, like I don't know, like I personally probably wouldn't do that. It probably puts pressure on the network, and also the costs are high, and not just for him, and also in general the costs are going up and have been going up recently. But if I could, I would probably also have at least a rack, maybe not 2, but at least 1. OpenBSD has sponsors. I think a lot of ISPs use it for their firewalls. I've heard about a solution that used it. It was, what was it? It was an IDS. Yeah. Well, I think it was one of those, either Netgear or the other company with the physical firewalls. What was it called? I actually wanted to get one of those, but I think it also runs OpenBSD. Yeah, and with ISPs, probably also depends on where. Like, I know some ISPs that use Windows and Windows Server and various utilities that look like firewalls, but I don't know if they're effective, and also they're proprietary, and like there was an instance where I had to deal with such a system at like an internship kind of thing, but not officially, which like I don't think it's very effective or like economical to use Windows in such a setting, but I mean, but reading the second half of the message with the power bill, they should measure the meter every like half a year, right? I think in most cases it's something like that, or every year. And that's like, imagine the person coming in and measuring the meter and being like, sir, like, is this right? Like, it's such a high number per like half a year or a quarter or something. I once kept my desktop running for a month non-stop almost, and at the time I was still living with my parents, and they were like, why is the electricity bill this month so high? And I was like, you know, I had my Windows machine on for a month, used a lot of power, and that was just one desktop. He had a new spotlight at one point, that's how I know. Yeah, I mean, of course he probably wouldn't publish publish the information every time the person came in and measured, of course. But yeah, I mean, I want to try all of this FreeBSD, OpenBSD that has been on my radar for some time, somewhere in the backlog. With this Plan 9, it looks interesting. I kind of want to see their dialect of C, but I'll have to postpone it to when I have more time to really look into it. You know, not just like spend like a couple of hours on it, but really, really like study how it works, because it sounds interesting, and I want to explore all this stuff. Like, if I could just at the same time just download stuff into my head, I would be like, that would be so cool. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not possible, not yet anyway. But yeah, there's so many things. So, but we gotta start with the kernel. Is this done yet? Oh my god. Okay. I actually kind of want to cancel it. Like, these streams are not really that important. Like, what is it?
I mean, he is a troll. Being a troll doesn't make you immune to cringe.
I mean, I probably, like, now that to save time and also to get stuff moving, I should probably just get rid of the streams. It's 100 gigabytes of Twitch streams from one streamer. Oh my god. Plan 9 is more fun than the BSDs. It's just good to be familiar with BSD systems because they're widely used. I can see like the how would I say, like the can't think of a word right now. An adjective. But yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. Like something like this, especially from back then, like initial release 30 years ago, even though like the Linux kernel is 31 years ago, like from 91, but still like something that's not widely used and is from those days and is in C or a dialect of C. It could be the like the peculiar side of it, like, you know, like it could like be more interesting. I can totally see that. Yeah. Yeah, and they also say here the system continues to be used by, and developed by operating system researchers and hobbyists. Yeah. Everything is a file. So they also use this principle. Yeah, I mean, there's some critique here regarding that. I personally think that's pretty cool, but there are some complaints here about that. Plan 9 constrains everything to look like a file. Well, technically, yeah, I mean, a file descriptor is difficult to do. Yeah, I mean, but GNU Linux does that too. Like, technically, it's all a file. Even directories and like, yeah. That's actually, this is one of the things that initially piqued my interest years ago when, or before I really was interested in the kernel that much. The principle of everything being a file. I was like, how does that work? Like, and that like I was like, that doesn't really make any sense. But then I understood it, like, and also understood the the way the kernel differentiates between an actual file, a directory, or a link, and the access specifiers and like permissions and all this, and then it made sense, kind of like, and like it's pretty cool that it works like that, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually gonna cancel this. Goodbye. Yes. Thank you. Oh God. Oh God. What is that? Seriously. I'm probably too tired to think straight. Am I missing something? So many troubleshooting today that I'm already crazy. Unix was a happy accident from Ken Thompson writing a file system. And to go to bed now. I gotta help the guys at the Makerspace build the new BattleBot arena tomorrow. Good night. Alright, good night. Thanks for the pointers and for the suggestions. And if you'd like, you can stay in touch. You can join the Discord and yeah. See you. Good night. I'm also going to sleep actually in like 10 minutes. What the hell? Oh, it's gone already. Okay. What? Anyway, I'm also going to sleep. I can barely speak. But yeah, 6 hours, Jesus. Like, this was supposed to be an hour Arch install guide tutorial. And I couldn't install it. Because, probably because of the hypervisor and the EFI. I'll have to try again later. But, oh my god. By the way, I'm sorry about that. I really am. I will try again once VBox has compatibility with the kernel 602 version. Once it does, I'm gonna do that and make like a tutorial again and then an edit out of it. So like I said before, I already said this. Anyway, so thanks and stay tuned. Probably gonna see you soon again. I wanna show an install of Debian, which is gonna be easier for beginners to begin with, and also gonna be faster, also gonna be graphical, so again easier for beginners. So if you're a beginner or if you're interested in this at all, try and yeah, I'm sorry, I'm literally like blanking out. I'm real tired. I have to go. And I've been speaking so much, not only on the stream but also before for 40 minutes without a pause. The video that I uploaded to Simcunia's YouTube channel, which like is a lot of speaking for me, out of nowhere, because I don't speak that much and like in a short period of time usually. So my voice box just gave out, like I'm done. Hopefully it's gonna recover itself tomorrow or so. Maybe it's also because of the cold, like it's quite cold here. So yeah, anyway, see you Debian coming up. Not gonna say tomorrow because I don't know, but maybe like probably during this week. At some point during some day. So see you, thanks, and stay tuned and have fun.